The swing. How do you like to go up in a swing? Up in the air so blue? Oh, I do think it the pleasantest thing even a child can do. Up in the air and over the wall, till I can see so wide, rivers and trees and cattle and all over the countryside. Till I look down on the garden green, down on the roof so brown. Up in the air I go flying again, up in the air and down. Robert Louis Stevenson. Chapter 1. Tackle your problem wisely. Long, long ago, there lived a pair of parrots on a great banyan tree. The banyan tree stood on the banks of a wide river. The parrots lived there happily. Now this part of the river was the favorite swimming spot for the Prince of Bilaspur. The prince loved to ride and hunt. After a hot, dusty ride on one of his fine horses, the prince liked nothing better than to have a lazy swim in the cool water. One day in the spring, the mother parrot laid some eggs. The parrots were delighted. In the afternoon, they sat happily on a branch and watched the prince splashing about in the river below. But in the evening, when they returned to their nest, they found that their eggs had disappeared. They twittered about in sadness and flew in circles to search for their eggs. After some time, the father parrot saw the tail of a long snake slithering into a hole at the base of a tree. He knew what had exactly happened. The parrots fluttered from branch to branch and made such a noise that they woke up their friend, the owl. The parrots suspected that the snake had eaten up the eggs, so they told the owl about the missing eggs and the snake. They also expressed the idea of leaving the tree forever. The owl listened to their sad story. He nodded his head and rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, my friends," said the owl. "You mustn't think of leaving your nest and going away because of that horrid snake. You can get rid of him easily." The parrots looked puzzled.
"Is it really possible? But how?"
said they. The owl sat blinking his large, round eyes. "Go to the place where the prince has left his clothes and ornaments," said the owl. "Pick up the prince's gold bangle and drop it into the snake hole." The parrots did not understand what this was all about, but they trusted the owl, and they respected his wisdom. They thanked the owl and immediately flew towards the river. The father parrot picked up the prince's gold bangle, while the mother parrot flapped her wings and screamed loudly. The prince's guards were sitting on the bank of the river. When they heard the noise, they looked here and there. They were surprised to see the parrot flying off with the prince's bangle. The guards roused themselves and chased the parrot. The parrot flew around just out of reach of the guards. At last, it flew directly over the snake hole and dropped the gold bangle into the snake hole. It then perched on a high branch. The snake was startled by the arrival of the bangle and poked his head out of the hole to see what was going on. Just as it did so, the guards arrived and one of them drew his stick and killed the snake. That was the end of the snake. The parrots were overjoyed. They thanked their friend, the owl, and praised his intelligence. After a few months, the mother parrot laid some more eggs and baby parrots hatched out. The parrots continued to live happily in the tree for many years. Chapter 2. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dr. Abul Pakir Jainul-Abdin Abdul Kalam was born on October 15, 1931 in a middle-class Tamil family at Rameshwaram. His father's name was Jainul-Abdin. His mother's name was Ashiamma. They lived in their ancestral home. He did not lead a luxurious life. He was an eminent scientist, an engineer, and the former President of India. He served as the 11th President of India from 2002 to 2007. During his term as President, he was popularly known as the People's President. He was awarded the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian award, in 1997. Before his term as India's President, he worked as an aeronautical engineer with DRDO and ISRO. Dr. Kalam also played a main role in India's Pokhran-2 nuclear test in 1998. Dr. Kalam played a significant role in developing many missiles in India, including Agni and Prithvi, although the project was not a success. He is also known as the Missile Man of India. In his childhood, he had three close friends, Ramanatha Sastri, Arvindan, and Sivaprakasan. One day, when he was in the 5th standard, a new teacher came to their class. Kalam would wear a cap, which marked him as a Muslim. He always sat in the first row next to his friend Ramanatha Sastri, who was a Brahmin boy and wore a sacred thread. The teacher did not like a priest's son sitting with a Muslim's son, so the teacher ordered Kalam to go and sit on the back bench. The two boys felt very sad and told their parents. Their parents told the teacher that communal intolerance should not be implanted in the minds of little children. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam mentioned in his autobiography, Wings of Fire, that he started his career as a newspaper vendor to support his studies. He wanted to become an Air Force pilot, while his father wanted him to become a district collector, but he chose to become a rocket scientist. He has also authored many books, some of which are Ignited Minds, Unleashing the Power Within India, India 2020, A Vision for the New Millennium, India, My Dream, Guiding Souls, Indomitable Spirit, Children Ask Kalam, My Journey, etc. Besides being a good writer, Dr. Kalam was honored for being a good poet also. He was honored with many awards. Some of them are International Van Karman Wings Award in 2009 by California Institute of Technology, USA, and Padma Vibhushan in 1990 and Padma Bhushan in 1981 by the Government of India. He has also been honored with Doctor of Science, DSc, from Anna University in 2009. Dr. Kalam was the Chancellor of the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, a professor at Anna University, Chennai, a visiting professor at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Indian Institute of Management, Indore, and a visiting faculty at many other academic and research institutions across India. His advice to the youngsters of the nation was to dream, dream, and convert these into thoughts and later into actions, and also to think big. He used to say, "We are a nation of 1 billion people, and we must think like a nation of 1 billion people. Only then can we become big." Dr. Kalam launched his mission for the youth of the nation called What Can I Give movement in May 2011. Dr. Kalam passed away in Shillong on July 27, 2015. Chapter 3. Fate Should Also Favor You. Once upon a time, there lived an old weaver in a town. He was very ill-omened. Often he had to sleep on an empty stomach because of being ill-omened. In spite of such misery, he never complained to God. The weaver was a devotee of Lord Shiva. Every day he would get up early in the morning. He would go to a nearby temple and pray for at least a couple of hours, standing on one leg only. He would not return home before taking 101 rounds of the temple. The weaver had been following this routine for over 25 years. Still, Lord Shiva had not granted his wish of becoming well off. On the other hand, he neither complained about it nor did he stop worshipping the Lord. He was quite confident of his faith in Lord Shiva. He knew that his prayer would certainly bear fruits one day. This way the weaver had grown fairly old. He was no longer as healthy and strong as earlier. He had grown very feeble and weak as well. He could not walk without the help of a stick. Now it was difficult for him to take 101 rounds of the temple daily. Yet he visited the temple regularly. He missed neither the prayers nor the rounds. One day, Lord Shiva and his consort, Parvati, were sitting together on Mount Kailash. All of a sudden, Parvati glanced at the earth. As she did so, she saw the old weaver walking round the temple with difficulty. Her heart was filled with compassion as well as pity. She asked Lord Shiva, "My lord, this weaver is one of your most devout worshippers. Why haven't you done anything to make his life comfortable?" Lord Shiva smiled and said, "Oh dear, he is one of my dearest devotees, and he has great faith in me, but he is not destined to lead an easy life." Parvati kept on asking for help for the weaver, and at last Lord Shiva said, "All right, if you insist, I'll give him a pot full of gold coins and hope that he is able to make a good use of it." With these words, Lord Shiva and Parvati came down to the temple and put the pot in the middle of the road, along which the weaver had to pass from the temple. After finishing his prayers, the weaver started to return home. As he walked, he was thinking, "I'm sure Lord Shiva will change my life one day, but I must thank him for keeping my eyesight as keen as it was in my young age. Still I can weave cloth very finely." Suddenly, a frightening thought came into his mind. "What will happen if I lose my eyesight? Then I shall not be able to work." This thought worried him so much that he muttered to himself, "I think I shall be able to come to the temple every day even if my eyesight fails." Then, pausing for a moment, he thought, "Why not close my eyes and see if I can actually walk or not? I am sure I can. Let me try." He closed his eyes and walked on. In this way, he bypassed the pot which was put by Lord Shiva and Parvati. After walking some distance with closed eyes, he opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "Ah, I'm sure I can manage to come to the temple if I go blind." Being satisfied, he went home. Lord Shiva said to Parvati, "You must have realized now that he is not destined to be rich. Therefore, I cannot help him." Saying these words, Lord Shiva and Parvati picked up the pot of gold and went back to Kailash. Chapter 4. Conservation of Trees. Our planet Earth is very beautiful. It has many beautiful things such as mountains, rivers, lakes, oceans, flowers and trees. It is our duty to look after these things. Trees play a very important role in our life. They give us oxygen and in return they take carbon dioxide. Trees maintain the balance of different gases in the atmosphere. When coal and oil are burnt as fuel, a lot of carbon dioxide is produced. Trees absorb this carbon dioxide and release oxygen into the atmosphere. Due to industrial revolution, many countries have experienced deforestation. In this way, we are creating problems for ourselves. We should grow more and more trees. Some governmental and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are making all efforts to engage more and more people in the programs of afforestation and assist in the preservation of biodiversity. If we don't grow trees, a lot of carbon dioxide will remain in the atmosphere. This will result in global warming with several harmful effects. A non-violent movement started in the 1970s, which is known as the Chipko movement. It aimed at protection and conservation of trees and forests. The name Chipko originated from the word embrace because the villagers used to hug the trees and protect them from woodcutters who were trying to cut them. The Chipko movement first took place in the Chamoli district in the year 1973. From there, it spread to the other parts of the country. When the woodcutters arrived there to cut the trees, the villagers jumped in front of the trees and hugged them and thereby prevented the woodcutters from doing anything. Some of the great leaders of this movement were Sundarlal Bahuguna, Chandi Prasad Bhatt, Gaura Devi, Sudesha Devi, etc. Sundarlal Bahuguna spent his whole life persuading and educating the villagers to protest against the destruction of the forests. Once he said, "A tree is like 10 suns because it gives 10 valuable things: oxygen, water, energy, food, clothes, medicines, timber, fodder, flowers and shade." He appealed to the then Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, to ban the cutting of trees. Finally, it was banned for 15 years in the forests of UP. Later on, the ban was enforced in Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Bihar, Western Ghats and Vindhyas. Today we are trying our best to save trees, but we need more efforts towards this great cause to get a healthier environment. Chapter 1. Tenses. Verbs have different tenses to show when the action happens. There are 3 main tenses. Look at the diagram. Let us learn about the kinds of tenses. The 3 tenses have been divided into 3 kinds. Let us learn about them. Present tense. The present tense shows the actions of the present time. Let us learn about the different kinds of present tense. Simple present tense. The simple present tense is used to show an action that happens regularly. For example, I take exercise every morning. The sun rises in the east. We use the simple form of verb with the pronouns I, we, you, they, and with plural nouns. We use s or es form of verb with singular nouns and the pronouns he, she, and it. For example, they help each other. He helps me. Present continuous tense. The present continuous tense is used to show an action that is happening at the time of speaking. We use is, am, are plus verb plus ing form to express this tense. For example, the birds are flying in the sky. Children are playing in the stadium. Present perfect tense. We use the present perfect tense to show the actions that have just completed. We use has or have plus past participle, third form of the verb, to express this tense. For example, I have taken tea. We have already seen this movie. She has written a poem. Past tense. The past tense shows actions that happened or have completed in the past. Simple past tense. We use simple past tense for actions that have happened in the past. We add ed to most of the verbs in simple past tense. For example, she opened the book. He played the match. They entered the room. Past continuous tense. We use past continuous tense for actions which were going on at a particular time in the past. We use was or were plus ing form of the verb to express the past continuous tense. For example, children were swimming in the pool. Girls were singing in the party. My mother was cleaning the room. Past perfect tense. We use past perfect tense for an action which completed before some other action in the past. We use had plus past participle, the third form of the verb, to express this tense. For example, Chaman had completed his homework before he went to play cricket. The rain had stopped before the children reached school. Future tense. The future tense shows that actions will take place in the future. Simple future tense. We use this tense to express an action of near future. We use will or shall and present form of the verb in this tense. For example, I shall give this toy car to my brother. She will come to my house tomorrow. Future continuous tense. This tense is used to express an action that will be happening at some time in future. We use will or shall plus be and first form of the verb plus ing in this tense. For example, I shall be working in the evening. She will be going to school. Future perfect tense. This tense is used to express an action that will be completed at some time in the future. We use will or shall plus have and the third form of verb in this tense. For example, I shall have completed this work by tomorrow. She will have reached Mumbai by next week. Chapter 2. Adverbs. An adverb is a word that modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. For example, he replied quickly. He is working hard. She spoke loudly. In the above sentences, the highlighted words are adverbs. Let us learn about the kinds of adverbs. Adverbs of manner. Adverbs of manner tell us how an action takes place. Adverbs of manner answer the question how. For example, she is driving her car slowly. The police beat the thieves mercilessly. Nitin runs the car fast. Nisha wrote the details neatly. Bhargavi behaved foolishly. In the above sentences, all the highlighted words are adverbs of manner. Adverbs of time. Adverbs of time tell us when action takes place. Adverbs of time answer the question when. For example, my uncle will come here tomorrow. Presently, I am reading a story. Tanya brought the toy immediately. I do exercises every day. In the above sentences, the highlighted words are adverbs of time. Adverbs of place. Adverbs of place tell us when actions takes place. Adverbs of place answer the question where. For example, my parents are coming here to talk to you. The sun shines everywhere. Who are making a noise outside the classroom? Hummingbirds can run backward also. In the above sentences, the highlighted words are adverbs of place. Chapter 3. Prepositions. A preposition is a word used usually before a noun or pronoun. It tells the relation of the noun or the pronoun with another word in a sentence. Some commonly used prepositions are in, at, upon, on, over, after, before, till, until, about, into, through, beside, besides, round, around, under, beneath, of, up, down, near, from, to, below, across, towards. Look at the use of some common prepositions in the following sentences. I am fond of reading books. He lives at Patel Nagar. Leena was married to Aman. I am dependent upon my parents. You are addicted to eating chocolates. Trust in God. Take care of your health. I wrote to him yesterday. He is proud of his son. He is weak in English. She was accompanied by her brother. Replied to my letter by return of post. I am interested in playing cricket match. Save me from such friends. This watch is inferior to that. I felt sorry for the poor girl. He is contented with what he has. He is ashamed of his conduct. He is blind in the right eye. He parted with his property. We pray to God for his mercy. I agree with Naman on this point. I am afraid of the tiger. He sat on a chair. I am satisfied with your statement. He is different from his brother. I bought it for a rupee. He lives in Delhi. He spoke to me in English. He died of cancer. He jumped into the pond. I am acquainted with him. Smoking cigarette is injurious to health. Just listen to what I say. He talked to me about you. He parted from his brothers. He agreed to my proposal. Karan's pen is superior to Aman's. I beg you to help me. We all laughed at her jokes. We warned her of the danger. I don't care for what she says. I congratulate you on your success. He is annoyed at my joke. He is busy with his work. I am always kind to the poor. I am obliged to you for your kindness. I prevented her from going there. Wait for me till I return. She is angry with her brother. I am tired of him. It is 2 o'clock by my watch. I prefer tea to coffee. Rely on your hard work. I am grateful to you. He is true to his words. Chapter 4, Conjunctions. A conjunction is a word that joins words or sentences. For example, and, but, or, because, etc. are the most commonly used conjunctions. See the use of these conjunctions in the following sentences. Nisha and Neha are friends. Jill is happy, but her brother is not. Eat a banana or an orange. I can't go there because I am busy. Some other common conjunctions are though, although, till, until, so, yet, for, since, etc. Read the following sentences. I cannot go out because it is raining. In this sentence, the conjunction because tells you the reason. Chapter 5. Interjections. A short sound, word or phrase that expresses sudden feelings or emotions of the speaker is called an interjection. Interjections are usually followed by an exclamation mark. These words are used to express surprise, pleasure, pity, joy, or pain. Read the table carefully to learn about some interjections. Interjections, emotions. Bravo, wow, hurrah, happiness, alas, ouch, oh, ah, sorrow, pain. Oh dear, pity, ah, oh, wow, surprise. Read the following examples. Bravo, you have won the match. Feeling of happiness. Wow, the India gate is looking so beautiful. Feeling of surprise. Ouch, I hurt my leg. Feeling of pain. Alas, he has been suffering from cancer for years. Feeling of sorrow. Ah, this is very beautiful suit. Feeling of happiness. Hurrah, I have been selected for Dance India Dance. Feeling of happiness. Chapter 6, Punctuation and Capital Letters. Read the following two sentences. I bought 2 pens, 4 pencils and a notebook. I bought 2 pens, 4 pencils and a notebook. The first sentence has no punctuation marks. It has not begun with a capital letter. In the second sentence, we have used capital letter and punctuation marks to make sentences more precise. The most common marks of punctuation are comma, semicolon, colon, full stop, question mark, mark of exclamation, quotation marks. Comma. The comma marks the shortest pause. It is used to separate a series of words of the same part of speech. For example, Yash, Prachi, Aman and Rohan are absent today. Kanika is a beautiful, intelligent and decent girl. Before and after the words in a position. For example, APJ Abdul Kalam, the 11th President of India, is known as the Missile Man of India. Mr. Manish, our principal, is a strict person. Nikhil, my younger brother, is a good batsman. To mark off the name of the person addressed as Rohan, shut the door. Naman, come into the classroom. Semicolon. The semicolon marks a greater pause than that indicated by a comma. It is used to separate a series of clauses as I went, I saw, I conquered, I laugh, I run, I leap, I sing for joy. Colon. The colon indicates a greater pause than that shown by a semicolon. For example, my mother said to me, you should go for a morning walk daily. Full stop. The full stop is placed at the end of an assertive of imperative sentence. For example, I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning daily. Don't meddle with the computer parts. Question mark. The question mark is placed at the end of an interrogative sentence. For example, in which class do you study? Where do you live? Mark of exclamation. The mark of exclamation is used after an exclamatory sentence. For example, how large the giant is! What a cute lamb it is! How beautiful the garden is! Quotation marks. Quotation marks or inverted commas are used for the exact words of a speaker. For example, the teacher said, time and tide wait for none. I will always be thankful to you, he said. Capital letters. Capital letter is used to begin every new sentence. For example, I'm your father. I always think for your brighter future. Proper nouns. For example, Karan lives in Bengaluru. Kolkata is situated on the banks of river Hooghly. Some special words. For example, oh God. The first word of a sentence put within inverted commas. For example, she said, he is a naughty boy. Chapter 7. Letter Writing. Letters can be divided into two groups, informal letters and formal letters. Informal letters. We write informal letters to our friends and relatives, so the language is personal. Given below are the parts of an informal letter. 123 B Block, Mayur Vihar, Delhi. Address of the sender. March 22, 2017. Date. Dear Uncle, greeting or salutation. Thank you very much for sending me such a beautiful dress on my birthday. It reached absolutely on time. It fits me perfectly and it's of my favorite color too. I had always wanted a dress like this and now you have given me one. I will wear it for parties. It will help me look smart. I will keep it very carefully. Indeed, my dream has come true. Body. Please convey my regards to Aunt. Your affectionately. Complimentary clothes. Aman. Name. So, we see that the main parts of an informal letter are the sender's address, date, greeting, body of the letter, complimentary clothes, name. Formal letters. Formal letters are written to official bodies, schools, colleges, etc. to make requests or complaints. The following are the main parts of a formal letter: sender's address, date, receiver's address, greeting, subject of the letter, body of the letter, complimentary clause, signature. Look at the format of a formal letter. A401, Balco Apartment, Sector 15, Rohini. Address of the sender. March 10, 2017. Date. The principal, Green Valley School, Sector 10, Dwarka. Address of the receiver. Subject, application for leave. Subject of the letter, Dear Sir, greeting or salutation. This is to request you to grant me leave for 2 days from March 11, 2017 to March 12, 2017. As I have to attend my grandfather's birth centenary celebrations. Body. Thanking you. Yours obediently. Complimentary close. Rishabh. Class 4th A. Signature. Chapter 8, Paragraph Writing. A paragraph is a short composition consisting of a group of related sentences that develop a single topic. Read the following simple paragraph carefully. My favorite festival. Diwali is my favorite festival. It is celebrated in the month of October or November. It is called the Festival of Lights. My grandmother says that Lord Rama returned to Ayodhya on this day after an exile of 14 years, and people celebrate this day by lighting earthen lamps, diyas. I put on a new dress on this festival. I purchase crackers and burst them at night. I wish Happy Diwali to others. People distribute sweets to their friends and relatives. We decorate our houses on this day. We pray to Lord Ganesha and Goddess Lakshmi for our well-being and prosperity. I love to celebrate Diwali. Chapter 9. Comprehension. Read the passages. Passage 1. The higher valleys and mountains of Kashmir fascinated me so much that I resolved to come back again soon. I made many a plan and worked out many a tour, and one, the very thought of which filled me with delight, was a visit to Mansarovar, the wonder lake of Tibet, and snow-covered Kailash nearby. That was 18 years ago, and I am still as far as ever from Kailash and Mansarovar. I have not even been able to visit Kashmir again, much as I have longed to, and ever more and more I have got entangled in the coils of politics and public affairs. Instead of going up the mountains or crossing the seas, I have to satisfy my wanderlust by coming to prison. But still I plan, for that is a joy that no one can deny even in prison, and besides, what else can one do in prison? And I dream of the day when I shall wander about the Himalayas and cross them to reach that lake and mountain of my desire. But meanwhile the sands of life run on, and youth passes into middle age, and that will give place to something worse. And sometimes I think that I may grow too old to reach Kailash and Mansarovar. But the journey is always worth making, even though the end may not be in sight. Passage 2. The Europeans were given a warm welcome by the Mongol emperor, who took a great liking to young Marco. He sent Marco on many missions to distant parts of his vast empire. Later, he made him the governor of a province. The Polos spent 17 years in China and finally returned to Venice by sea in 1295. After Marco Polo, no European traveled on this route for many years. Marco Polo wrote about his travels in his book, The Travels of Marco Polo, which became very well known. Till the 19th century, this account was perhaps the only source of information for Europeans about China and its neighboring regions. The book awakened a lot of interest and, in a way, brought Europe closer to these regions. Many years later, the book was read by Christopher Columbus, another great explorer, and he was inspired to sail to new lands. Passage 3. The habit of reading is one of the greatest gifts for mankind. We enjoy books that belong to us much more than those that are borrowed. A borrowed book is like a guest in the house. It must be treated well. We cannot leave it carelessly or mark it. But our own books belong to us. We treat them with intimacy. Books are for use and not for show. We should own no book that we are afraid to mark on. Everyone should begin collecting a private library in youth. One should have one's own bookshelves. The book should be easy to comprehend and interesting to read. Chapter 10. Story Writing. A Dove and a Bee. Once there was a bee. She felt thirsty, so she went to a small stream to drink water. Unfortunately, she fell down into the water and began to drown. There was a dove sitting on a nearby branch. He saw the bee in danger. He dropped a big leaf into the water stream. The bee sat on the leaf and flew away. The bee thanked the dove. A few days later, the same bee saw a hunter aiming with his gun at the same dove. The bee stung him on his leg. The hunter missed the aim. The dove was safe and flew away. The dove thanked the bee. Moral: a friend in need is a friend indeed.
Chapter 1. Time. Time in AM and PM. The time starting from one midnight to next midnight is called a day. The hour hand goes twice round the dial in a day. It takes 12 hours to complete one round, and hence 2 into 12 is equal to 24. 24 hours to complete 2 rounds. In this way, the hour hand shows the same time twice in a day. For example, the clock will show 5 in the morning, 5 in the evening. To know whether it is 5 in the morning or 5 in the evening, we use AM for time after 12 midnight and before 12 noon, PM for time after 12 noon and before 12 midnight. AM is the short form of Latin word antemeridian, that means before noon or midday. PM is the short form of Latin word post-meridian, that means afternoon or midday. Remember, we do not write 12 AM or 12 PM. We use 12 noon and 12 midnight. 24-hour clock. We generally use the 12-hour clock to tell the time. However, many airlines, railways, armed forces do not use AM and PM in their timetable. Instead, they use the 24-hour clock time. Look at the 24-hour clock shown on the right. 1 AM is written as 0100 hours. 4 AM is written as 0400 hours. 7 AM is written as 0700 hours. 12 noon is written as 1200 hours. 5 PM is written as 1700 hours. 9 PM is written as 2100 hours. 10 PM is written as 2200 hours. 12 midnight is written as 2400 hours or 4 times 0 hours. Conversion of units of time. Conversion of days into hours. We know that 1 day is equal to 24 hours. So, 3 days is equal to 3 into 24 hours is equal to 72 hours. 5 days is equal to 5 into 24 hours is equal to 120 hours, and so on. Thus, we have the following rule for this conversion. Rule: multiply the number of days by 24 to convert days into hours. Conversion of hours into minutes. We know that 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. So, 2 hours is equal to 2 into 60 hours is equal to 120 minutes. 3 hours is equal to 3 into 60 hours is equal to 180 minutes, and so on. Thus, we have the following rule for this conversion. Rule: multiply the number of hours by 60 to convert hours into minutes. Addition and subtraction of time. While adding or subtracting time, we write hours under hours, minutes under minutes, and seconds under seconds, and then add or subtract. As 60 minutes make 1 hour, we need to carry over or borrow 60 minutes. In the same way as 60 seconds make 1 minute, we will carry over or borrow 60 seconds. Example 1. Add 7 hours 40 minutes and 2 hours 8 minutes. Solution: we write 8 minutes as 08 minutes. Answer is 9 hours 48 minutes. Example 2. Add 4 hours 27 minutes 32 seconds and 3 hours 53 minutes 29 seconds. Solution: subtract 60 seconds and carry over 1 minute to minutes column. Subtract 60 minutes and carry over 1 hour to hours column. Answer is 8 hours 21 minutes 1 second. Example 3. Subtract 5 hours 33 minutes from 10 hours 8 minutes. Solution: borrow 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes to minutes column. Answer is 4 hours 35 minutes. Duration of an activity. Time taken for an activity is the duration of the activity. We can complete some activities in minutes, some take hours, and some hours and minutes. To calculate the duration of an activity, we should know the starting time and finishing time of the activity. Example 1. A bus left Delhi at 3:40 p.m. and reached Gurgaon at 4:35 p.m. How much time did the bus take to reach Gurgaon from Delhi? Solution: time taken by the bus to reach Gurgaon is equal to duration from 3:40 p.m. to 4:35 p.m. is equal to duration from 3:40 p.m. to 4 p.m. plus Duration from 4 p.m. to 4:35 p.m. is equal to 20 minutes plus 35 minutes is equal to 55 minutes. Example 2. The cricket match started at 12:45 p.m. and finished at 3:15 p.m. How long did the match last? Solution. 12:45 p.m. plus 15 minutes is 1 p.m. 1 p.m. plus 2 hours is 3 p.m. 3 p.m. plus 15 minutes is 3:15 p.m. So the match lasted for 15 minutes plus 2 hours plus 15 minutes is equal to 2 hours 30 minutes. How to find the finishing time of an activity? If we know the starting time and the duration of any activity, we can find the finishing time of an activity easily. Example, the flight from Delhi to Mumbai takes 3 hours and 25 minutes. If the flight takes off at 9 a.m., when will it land in Mumbai? Solution. 3 hours after 9 a.m. is 12 noon and 25 minutes after 12 noon is 12:25 p.m. So, the flight will land in Mumbai at 12:25 p.m. How to interpret a calendar? There are 7 days in a week which are as follows: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There are 12 months in a year. The number of days in each month is given in the table. Month number of days: January 31, February 28 or 29, March 31, April 30, May 31, June 30, July 31, August 31, September 30, October 31, November 30, December 31. There are 365 days in a year. The year which is divisible by 4, or a century, 100 years, divisible by 400 is called a leap year. For example, years 2000, 2004, 2008, etc. were leap years. There are 366 days in a leap year, and February in a leap year has 29 days. How to check whether a year is a leap year or not? Example, which of the following are leap years? A. 1993, B. 2004, C. 2010, D. 2016. Solution. A. 1993 was not a leap year since 1993 is not divisible by 4. B. 2004 was a leap year since 2004 is divisible by 4. C. 2010 was not a leap year since 2010 is not divisible by 4. D. 2016 will be a leap year since 2016 is divisible by 4. How to find the date before or after a few days? Example 1. If 3rd May 2008 was Saturday, what was the day on 26th May 2008? Solution. The same day is repeated after every 7 days. After 3rd May, the next Saturdays fell on 10th, 17th and 24th May. Therefore, counting ahead from 24th May, 26th May was a Monday. Example 2. In a certain year, 7th June was Sunday. What will be the day 7 days after 7th June of that year? What will be the day 44 days after 7th June of that year? Solution. Since the same day is repeated after every 7 days, the day 7 days after 7th June is the same as that on 7th June. So, this day must be Sunday. The day 42 days after 7th June will be Sunday. Same day will repeat after 7, 14, 21 and up to or 42 days. So the day 44 days after 7th June will be Tuesday. How to find the number of days between two dates? Example 1. How many days are there from 21st May to 15th June? Solution. Days left in May is equal to 31 minus 20 is equal to 11. Days in June is equal to 15. Total number of days is equal to 11 plus 15 is equal to 26. So, there are 26 days from 21st May to 15th June. Example 2. Aparna's school closed for summer vacation on 5th May for 52 days. On what date will the school reopen after summer vacation? Solution. Days left in May is equal to 31 minus 4 is equal to 27. Days in June is equal to 52 minus 27 is equal to 25. Therefore, the school will reopen on 26 June. How to write dates? When we write a date for a particular day in a year, we specify the number of days in a month, that is, date, the name of the month and then the year. Examples: 1st January 2016 or January 1st, 2016. 5th February 2016 or February 5, 2016. 18th July 2016 or July 18, 2016. In short, we write a date as a group of 3 numbers separated by 2 dots. The first number stands for day, the second number for month, 1 stands for January, 2 for February, 3 for March and up to, and 12 for December, and the third for year. Thus, 19th March 2016 shall be written in short form as 19/03/2016, day, month, year. Similarly, 2nd April 2016 is written as 2.04.2016. Chapter 2. Money. In previous classes, we have learned that Indian currency, rupees and paise, is available in the form of coins and notes. These days, coins of denominations 50 paise, 1 rupee, 2 rupees, 5 rupees and 10 rupees are used. Notes of denominations 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees, 100 rupees, 500 rupees and 1000 rupees are used. We have learned that 8 rupees 80 paise is written as 8.80 rupees, but 12 rupees 5 paise is written as 12.05 rupees. We also know that 1 rupee is equal to 100 paise or 1 rupee is equal to 100p. So, 50 paise is equal to 1 upon 2 of 1 rupee. 25 paise is equal to 1 upon 4 of 1 rupee. 75 paise is equal to 3 upon 4 of 1 rupee. Here, P stands for paise and stands for rupee.
We always write paise in 2 digits. We separate paise from rupees by putting a dot after 2 digits from the right.
Multiplication with money. To multiply a given amount of money by a whole number, we take the following steps. Step 1. Write the given amount of money in figures. Step 2. Multiply the amount by the given whole number, as we multiply ordinary numbers. Step 3. In the product, put a decimal point after the second digit from the right. Observe the following examples. Example 1. Multiply 31.23 rupees by 8. Solution. Here, 31.23 rupees into 8 is equal to 249.84 rupees. Example 2. Nilesh bought 5 pairs of shoes at the rate of 1025.25 rupees each. How much did he pay to the shopkeeper? Solution. Cost of 1 pair of shoes is equal to 1025.25 rupees. Therefore, cost of 5 pairs of shoes is equal to 1025.25 into 5 rupees is equal to 5126.25 rupees. Therefore, cost of 5 pairs of shoes is equal to 5126.25 rupees. Division of money by a whole number. We take the following steps to divide a given amount of money by a whole number. Step 1. Write the given amount in figures. Step 2. Divide the amount dividend by the whole number divisor, considering the amount as an ordinary number. Step 2. In the quotient, put a decimal after the second digit from right. Observe the following examples. Example 1. Divide 447.50 rupees by 25. Solution. Hence, 447.50 rupees divided by 25 is equal to 17.90 rupees. Example 2. 6 notebooks cost 237.60 rupees. What is the cost of one notebook? Solution. To find the cost of one notebook, we divide the cost of 6 notebooks by 6. So, the cost of one notebook is equal to 39.60 rupees. Bills. Let us learn how to make and calculate bills. A bill is a list of items with a statement of fees or charges. Whenever we buy anything, the shopkeeper gives us a bill. It contains the total amount to be paid to the shopkeeper. We even get a bill at a restaurant, cinema hall, etc. Example. Soumya went to ABC General Store and bought the following: 5 kg rice for 25.25 rupees per kg, 10 kg atta for 14.75 rupees per kg, 2 liters mustard oil for 78 rupees per liter, and 6 eggs for 42 rupees per dozen. How much did she spend in all? Solution. Bill for the above purchase is as under. ABC General Store. Date 19/05/12. Serial number, item, quantity, cost per kilogram per piece, total cost. 1. Rice 5 kg, 25.25 rupees. 126.25 rupees. 2. Atta 10 kg, 14.75 rupees. 147.50 rupees. 3. Mustard oil 2 liters, 78.00 rupees. 156.00 rupees. 4. Egg 6. 3.50 rupees. 21.00 rupees. Grand total is equal to 450.75 rupees. Chapter 3. Geometry. In the previous class, we have already studied about plane figures, creating shapes through paper folding, plane and curved surfaces, and 3D figures, which come across in our daily life. In this chapter, we shall learn more about them. We will also learn about perimeter of rectilinear figures. We will also discuss nets of some solids. Point. A point is a mark of position or location on a plane. It has no length, no breadth, and no height. That is, it is a zero-dimensional figure. It is represented by any capital letter of the English alphabet as P, read as point P. For example, the tip of a needle, pencil, etc. Line. A line is a straight path joining two or more points and extends indefinitely in any direction. It has no endpoints. It has no fixed length. It is a one-dimensional figure. The two arrows at the ends of the line show that the line can be extended. For example, a railway track, a road, etc. Line segment. A line segment is a part of a line. It has two endpoints and we can measure its length. It is also a one-dimensional figure. For example, edge of a book, paper, or chair. Ray. A ray is a part of a line that starts from one fixed initial point and indefinitely goes only in one direction. For example, sun rays, moon rays, a beam flashed by torch, etc. Plane. A plane is a flat surface that extends indefinitely in all directions. It is a two-dimensional concept. For example, surface of a tabletop, a sheet of paper, etc. Straight and curved lines. When a pencil is moved along objects with straight edges, such as a ruler, a geometry box, a book, a dice, etc., we get a straight line. When a pencil is moved along a curved edge of a coin or our hand, we get a curved line. Open and closed curves. Given below are some examples of curves. In the figures given above, curves A, C, and E do not end at their starting point. Such curves are called open curves. On the other hand, curves B, D, F, and G begin and end at the same point. Such curves are called closed curves. The curves B, F, and G, which do not cross themselves, are called simple closed curves. Polygons. A simple closed figure made of 3 or more line segments only is called a polygon. The line segments that form a polygon are called its sides. The point at which 2 adjacent sides of a polygon meet is called a vertex of the polygon. Triangle. A triangle is a simple closed figure made of 3 line segments. In the given figure, ABC is a triangle. It has 3 sides, namely AB, BC, and CA. 3 vertices, namely A, B, and C. The symbol for triangle is triangle. Thus, triangle ABC means triangle ABC. While describing a triangle, we may name the vertices in any of the following orders: triangle ABC, triangle ACB, triangle BAC, triangle BCA, triangle CAB, and triangle CBA. Quadrilateral. A simple closed figure made of 4 line segments is called a quadrilateral. In the given figure, LMNO is a quadrilateral. It has 4 sides, namely LM, MN, NO, and OL. 4 vertices, namely L, M, N, and O. Remember, number of sides, name of the polygon: 3 triangle, 4 quadrilateral, 5 pentagon, 6 hexagon, 8 octagon.
A polygon should have a minimum of 3 sides.
Adjacent sides. The sides of the quadrilateral having a common vertex are called its adjacent sides. LM and MN, MN and NO form pairs of adjacent sides. Opposite sides. LM and NO, MN and LO are the 2 pairs of opposite sides. Diagonals. The line segments joining the opposite vertices of a quadrilateral are called its diagonals. LN and MO are the diagonals of quadrilateral LMNO. Special types of quadrilaterals. Rectangle. A rectangle is a special type of quadrilateral in which opposite sides are equal, diagonals are equal. In the adjoining figure, quadrilateral ABCD is a rectangle, as AB is equal to CD and BC is equal to DA. AC is equal to BD. There are many things around us which have the shape of a rectangle. Examples: each page of a notebook and a playing card have the shape of a rectangle. Square. A square is a special type of rectangle in which all the 4 sides are equal. The diagonals of a square are also equal. The adjoining figure shows a rectangle in which PQ is equal to QR is equal to RS is equal to SP. So, PQRS is a square and diagonals PR is equal to QS. Examples: a chessboard has squares on it. Many floor tiles have the shape of a square. Circle. A simple closed curve drawn in such a way that every point on it is at an equal distance from a fixed point lying inside it is called a circle. The fixed point is called the center. In the figure given on the right, O is the center of the circle. How to draw a circle? We can draw a circle by moving a pencil around the edge of a bangle, a wheel, and 1 rupee coin, a bottle cap, etc. A paper clip and 2 pencils can also be used to draw a circle. Look at the figure given on the next page. Keep 1 pencil fixed and move the other pencil around until you return to the beginning point. The fixed pencil makes the center of the circle. Terms associated with the circle. Radius. The radius of a circle is a line segment drawn from the center to any point on the circle. Line segments OP, OA and OB are the respective radii of the circle. All the radii of a circle are equal in length. Plural of radius is called radii. Diameter. The diameter of a circle is the line segment which passes through the center of the circle and its endpoints lie on the circle. Line segment AB is the diameter of the circle. Chord. The chord of a circle is a line segment which joins the two given points on a circle. Line segments LM and AB are chords of the circle. The diameter is the longest chord of the circle. Circumference. The length of the boundary of a circle is called the circumference of a circle. The distance covered by the point A is the circumference of the circle. Relation between radius and diameter of a circle. Diameter is equal to 2 into radius. In the given circle, OA, OB and OP are the radii, and AB is the diameter. AB is equal to 2 into OA or OB or OP. In other words, we can say diameter is twice the radius. Example, the radius of a circle is 3 cm. Find its diameter. Solution. Diameter is equal to 2 into radius is equal to 2 into 3 cm is equal to 6 cm. How to measure a line segment? We know that a small length is measured in centimeters. We use a 15 cm ruler to measure line segments. For measuring the length of a given line segment, say PQ, we place a ruler with its edge along the segment PQ in such a way that 0 mark of the ruler coincides with the point P as shown below. Now we read the mark on the ruler which coincides with the point Q. The reading on the ruler corresponding to the point Q is the length of the line segment PQ. In the above figure, we see that the mark on the ruler against Q indicates 5 big divisions. So, the length of the segment PQ is 5 cm, that is PQ is equal to 5 cm. How to draw a line segment of a given length? In order to draw a line segment of a given length, say 6 cm, 5 mm, proceed as per the following steps. Step 1. Mark a point, say X. Step 2. Put a ruler with its 0 mark at X as shown in the above figure. Step 3. Draw a line segment, moving the pencil along the edge of the ruler till you reach the 6 cm, 5 mm mark on the ruler. Step 4. Name this point Y. Remove the ruler. The line segment XY so drawn is 6 cm, 5 mm long. Perimeter of rectilinear figures. Rectilinear figure. A plane figure bounded by line segments is called a rectilinear figure. Each one of the figures, a triangle, a quadrilateral, a pentagon, etc. is a rectilinear figure. Remember that a circle is not a rectilinear figure. The length of the boundary of any rectilinear figure is known as its perimeter. In other words, the perimeter is the sum of all the sides of a rectilinear figure. Example 1. Find the perimeter of triangle ABC. Solution. Perimeter of triangle ABC is equal to AB plus BC plus CA is equal to 5 cm plus 6 cm plus 4 cm is equal to 15 cm. Example 2. The length and the breadth of a rectangular field are 110 meter and 80 meter respectively. Find the length of wire needed to put a fence all around the garden 3 times. Solution. Let PQRS represent the garden whose length PQ is equal to 110 meter and breadth QR is equal to 80 meter. Perimeter of the garden is equal to PQ plus QR plus RS plus SP is equal to 110 plus 80 plus 110 plus 80 meter is equal to 380 meter. Therefore, wire needed to fence one time is equal to 380 meter. Wire needed to fence 3 times is equal to 380 into 3 is equal to 1140 meter. Note, perimeter must always be expressed with its unit of length like centimeter, meter, etc. It is wrong to say that the perimeter of the triangle given in example 1 is 15. We must say that the perimeter of the triangle is 15 centimeter. Lengths of the sides mentioned in the figures in this chapter are not realistic. Chapter 4 Symmetry. Observe the pictures given below. If we fold each of them along the vertical line, which is in the middle of the picture, we will find that one half fits over the other half exactly. In Animal Kingdom, the vertical line that divides a figure into 2 equal parts is called the line of symmetry or axis of symmetry. Dotted lines are lines of symmetry in these figures. The line of symmetry can be extended in any direction. If we put a small mirror on the dotted line, we will see the whole shape. Horizontal and vertical lines of symmetry. There are 2 lines of symmetry, the vertical or the horizontal lines of symmetry, or both. Objects having vertical axis of symmetry. Objects having horizontal axis of symmetry. Each of the above pictures is divided into 2 equal parts by a dotted line. All the figures or shapes do not always have the same kind of line of symmetry. The figures having no line of symmetry are called non-symmetrical figures. Symmetry in some geometrical shapes. There are 4 lines of symmetry in a square. The lines joining the midpoints of pairs of opposite sides and 2 diagonals AB, CD, YZ and WX are the 4 lines of symmetry. There are 2 lines of symmetry in a rectangle. The lines joining the midpoints of pair of opposite sides, PQ and RS, are the 2 lines of symmetry. A triangle having 2 equal sides has only one line of symmetry. XY is the line of symmetry. A triangle having 3 equal sides has 3 lines of symmetry. KL, MN and OP are the 3 lines of symmetry. A triangle with all sides of different lengths does not have any symmetrical line. There are many lines of symmetry in a circle. A diameter is the line of symmetry. Symmetry in letters of English alphabet. Look at the shapes of some letters along with the lines about which they are symmetrical. Now look at the letters O and I. Both are symmetrical about the horizontal as well as vertical line. Look at the letters N, L and F. They are not symmetrical about any line. Chapter 5 Patterns. The designs, shapes and groups of numbers that repeat themselves in a predictable manner are called patterns. In mathematics, we use patterns to find solutions to similar questions involving large numbers without doing actual calculations. We see many patterns around us on clothes, carpets, walls, floors, etc. Here are a few examples. Patterns in multiplication. Patterns in the multiplication of 4. We know that the multiples of a number are the numbers obtained by multiplying that number by another counting number. For example, 4 into 1 is equal to 4, 4 into 2 is equal to 8, 4 into 3 is equal to 12, 4 into 4 is equal to 16, and so on. Let us color all the multiples of 4 in the given 10 into 10 number grid. Your number grid would look like this. These multiples of 4 form different number patterns. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, and so on is the number pattern formed by the multiples of 4. Consider the following set of numbers which lie on the diagonal above: 6, 15, 24, 33, 42, 51 and so on. This is another number pattern where difference between two consecutive terms is 9. Look at the following table. Multiplication. 3 into 1 is equal to 3. 3 into 3 is equal to 9. 3 into 5 is equal to 15. 3 into 7 is equal to 21. 3 into 9 is equal to 27. Sum of the digits 0 plus 3 is equal to 3. 0 plus 9 is equal to 9. 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. 2 plus 7 is equal to 9. Multiplication. 3 into 2 is equal to 6. 3 into 4 is equal to 12. 3 into 6 is equal to 18. 3 into 8 is equal to 24. Sum of the digits 0 plus 6 is equal to 6. 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. 1 plus 8 is equal to 9. 2 plus 4 is equal to 6. Observe that the sum of the digits of each multiple of 3, shaded, can be divided by 3, multiplying a number ending in 5 by itself. 15 into 15 is equal to 225. 25 into 25 is equal to 625. 35 into 35 is equal to 1225. 45 into 45 is equal to 2025. 5 into 5 is equal to 25. 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 1 into 2 is equal to 2. 2 into 3 is equal to 6. 3 into 4 is equal to 12. 4 into 5 is equal to 20. Every product ends in 25, and the remaining digits are obtained by multiplying the digit at the tens place by its next higher number. Now try. 85 into 85 is equal to dash. 75 into 75 is equal to dash. Check the above multiplication by actually multiplying the numbers. What do you observe? Can we extend this pattern to larger numbers also? If yes, fill in the blanks. 105 into 105 is equal to dash. Multiplying the same numbers having all digits as 1, we have 1 into 1 is equal to 1. 11 into 11 is equal to 121. 111 into 111 is equal to 12,321. 1111 into 1111 is equal to 12,34,321. What patterns do you observe? Sum of digits in the factors, middle digit of the product. 1, 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. 2. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. 3. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is equal to 4. 4. What numbers will come in the blanks? 1,11,111 into 1,11,111 is equal to dash. The pattern is the middle digit in the product is the sum of the digits of one factor. Extension of numbers. The following numbers follow a pattern. Can you tell the next two numbers? 3, 6, 12, 24, dash, dash. The above number pattern follows a certain rule, that is, each number is 2 times the number before it. Thus, by simply looking at the series, you can predict the next two numbers. They are 48 and 96. In the same way, in the pattern 5, 50, 500, dash, dash. If you multiply a number by 10, you get the next number. Can you write the next two numbers in this pattern? Patterns in addition of consecutive numbers. Addition of 3 consecutive numbers. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is equal to 6. 2 plus 3 plus 4 is equal to 9. 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to 12. 4 plus 5 plus 6 is equal to 15, etc. What pattern do we notice? We notice that the sums are multiples of 3. Also, the sum is 3 times the middle term. Addition of 4 consecutive numbers. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is equal to 10. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to 14. 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 is equal to 18. 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 is equal to 22, etc. What pattern do we observe? We notice that the sum of 4 consecutive numbers is either twice of the sum of first and fourth number or twice of the sum of second and third number. Also, the sum increases in fours. Addition of 5 consecutive numbers. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to 15. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 is equal to 20. 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 is equal to 25. 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 is equal to 30, etc. What pattern do we notice? We notice that the sum of the 5 consecutive numbers is a multiple of 5 and it is equal to 5 times the middle term. For example, 15 is equal to 5 into 3. 20 is equal to 5 into 4. 25 is equal to 5 into 5, etc. Pattern in the sum of consecutive even numbers. 2 plus 4 is equal to 6. 2 into 3. 2 plus 4 plus 6 is equal to 12. 3 into 4. 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 is equal to 20, etc. 4 into 5. What pattern do we notice? We notice that the sum of consecutive even numbers can be obtained by using the formula sum of consecutive even numbers is equal to n into n plus 1, where n is equal to number of even numbers. Example, when n is equal to 3, the sum is equal to 3 into 3 plus 1 is equal to 3 into 4 is equal to 12 is equal to 2 plus 4 plus 6. Pattern in the sum of consecutive odd numbers. 1 plus 3 is equal to 4. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is equal to 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 is equal to 16. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 is equal to 25, etc. What pattern do we notice? We notice that the sum of odd consecutive numbers is the square of as many odd numbers are there. That is, 1 plus 3 is equal to 2 square. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is equal to 3 square. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 is equal to 4 square. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 is equal to 5 square, etc. Chapter 6. Data Handling. Data refer to information collected in the form of numerical figures in a survey. We can represent data in different ways in tabular form, by drawing pictures, by drawing pie chart, etc. If we represent the given information by drawing pictures, it is called pictograph. In class 3, we have learnt about the reading, drawing and interpretation of simple pictures and pictographs. Here we shall learn about bar graphs, pie charts and their interpretation, representation and reading of data pictorially. Look at the following examples. Example 1. The number of pupils in different classes, standard 6th to 10th, is as under: class 6, 50, class 7, 70, class 8, 80, class 9, 60, class 10, 90. We can represent the above information in the form of a pictograph. Solution. From the above data, we find that all the given numbers are multiples of 10. So we use one symbol to represent 10 students. Thus we have the pictograph as under. One symbol represents 10 students. Example 2. The following pictograph shows the books used in a class of a school. Each symbol of book represents 50 books. Now answer the following questions. How many English books are there? How many Hindi books are there? Find the total number of books. Find the difference between the number of mathematics and science books. Solution. English books is equal to 6 into 50 is equal to 300. Hindi books is equal to 5 into 50 is equal to 250. Total number of books is equal to English books is equal to 6 into 50 is equal to 300. Hindi books is equal to 5 into 50 is equal to 250. Science books is equal to 4 into 50 is equal to 200. Maths books is equal to 5 into 50 is equal to 250. GK books is equal to 3 into 50 is equal to 150. The total is 1150. Difference is equal to 250 minus 200 is equal to 50 books. Bar graph. A pictograph is a conventional method of representing a given data pictorially, but with changing times, this method becomes less popular as it is time-consuming and requires a lot of skill in drawing clear pictures. So, easier methods of representing data pictorially have been devised. One such method is drawing a bar graph. Example 1. Draw a bar graph to show the given data. Solution. The two ways of drawing a bar graph to represent the number of bulbs sold by a shop in the first 5 months of the year are shown below. From the above bar graph, we observe that every graph must have a title. Information is represented along the two axes, horizontal and vertical. Each axis must have labels to explain as to what information is being represented. Bars are drawn to represent the desired number. In the bar graph, the names of the months are given along the horizontal line. The vertical line is a number line showing the number of bulbs sold. Remember, bars should be of uniform width and the gap between the bars should also be uniform throughout. Example 2. Look at the chart showing number of pieces of colored ribbons which were sold by a shopkeeper in a month. A. What is the color of minimum number of sold pieces? B. Which piece of ribbon is sold the most? C. What is the number of pieces sold in red color? D. Which ribbons are sold more than 15 pieces but less than 30 pieces? E. Which ribbon has sold 25 pieces? Solution. A. Green. B. Blue. C. 35. D. Yellow and brown. E. Yellow. Pie chart. We can also represent data by dividing a circle into wedges. Such representation of data is called a pie graph or circle graph. We use the pie chart when we want to show the whole data as fractional parts. We can say that we can compare the proportions of the individual items with reference to the total. The pie chart in the figure shows the different kinds of trees in an orchard. The circle is divided into 5 parts. Each part is known as the sector. Looking at the size of the sectors, you can interpret the information depicted by the circle graph. The biggest sector is for the mango trees. It shows that the number of mango trees is the most in the orchard. The second biggest sector is for lychee trees, the third for apple trees, and fourth for guava trees, and the smallest sector for papaya trees. Chapter 1. Sun, Air, Water and Weather. Weather is day-to-day change in the atmosphere at a given place and time. Weather can be hot or cold, dry or wet, clear or cloudy, calm or stormy. It keeps changing from time to time. What causes the weather to change? Let's know. sun and weather. You have already studied that the part of the earth facing the sun has day and the other part has night. Thus, the rotation of the earth on its axis causes day and night. You know that the earth revolves around the sun and one half of it is close to the sun while the other half is away from it. The part of the earth that is closer to the sun has warmer and longer days. So it is summer in this part of the earth. The part of the earth away from the sun has cooler and shorter days. So it is winter in this part of the earth. Thus, revolution of the earth causes change in the season. We reach to a conclusion that during a season, the weather changes from day to day and sometimes from hour to hour. Effects of the sun on wind. The heat of the sun causes the wind to blow. The sun heats up the air. After heating, air becomes lighter and rises up. The cool air from the surroundings, which is heavier, moves in to fill the empty place. Effects of the sun on water. You know that clouds bring us rain. How are these clouds formed? The heat of the sun changes water into water vapor. This water vapor rises and forms clouds. The clouds fall in the form of drops when they become very heavy. Water vapor falls as snow when the atmosphere is extremely cold. Air. We are surrounded by air which contains water vapor, germs, smoke and dust. The earth is surrounded by the thick layer of air. Moving air is called wind. Fast and strong winds can cause a storm. Let us now read about air currents, land and sea breezes. The earth consists of land and water. The sun rays fall both on land and water. The land heats up faster than water during the day. Also, it cools down faster than water at night. Due to the difference between the heating and cooling of land and water, sea breeze and land breeze are formed. Sea breeze. The land heats up more quickly than the sea during the day. The air above the hot land also gets heated. This hot air is lighter, so it rises up. Cooler air from the sea rushes to take its place. Thus, the wind blows from the sea to the land during the day. This is called sea breeze. Land breeze. At night, the land cools down faster than the sea. So, the sea is warmer than the land. The hot air above the sea rises up. Cooler air from the land rushes to take its place. The wind, therefore, blows from the land to the sea during the night. This is called land breeze. Water. About 3/4 of the earth's surface is covered with water. It is found in the rivers, lakes, seas and oceans. It is also found under the ground and is called groundwater. It is also present in the air in the form of water vapor. Substances can be classified into two categories depending on their ability to dissolve in water. Insoluble substances. The substances which do not dissolve in water are called insoluble substances. Stone, sand, chalk, etc. are insoluble substances. Soluble substances. The substances which completely dissolve in water are called soluble substances. Lime, milk, sugar, salt, etc. are water-soluble substances. Let's see how water affects the weather. Evaporation. Water changes into water vapor when it heats up. Changing of water into water vapor is called evaporation. The water vapor, being lighter, rises up in the atmosphere. Factors affecting the rate of evaporation. Temperature. When the weather is hot, water gets heated and evaporation of water begins faster. Wet clothes dry up faster on a sunny day as compared to a cloudy day. Wind. Evaporation is very fast on a windy day. This is because wind increases the rate of evaporation. For example, a wet handkerchief under a moving fan dries faster than the one inside a room without a fan. Exposed area. When the exposed surface is large, the rate of evaporation is faster. The clothes which are spread in the sun for drying dry faster than the clothes which are folded or hung one above the other. Humidity. The amount of water vapor contained in the air is called humidity. The process of evaporation slows down when the humidity is high. If the air is dry, the process of evaporation becomes faster. This is the reason that clothes take a longer time to dry in the rainy season, whereas in the summer season they dry faster. Condensation. We find tiny droplets of water on the underside of the lid when we boil water in a pan and cover it with a lid. These drops are formed because water vapor, steam, changes into water. This process is called condensation. We get rain when the water vapor of the clouds condenses into water. The water of the lake, the pond and the sea gets evaporated by the sun. The air along with the water vapor gets warm and rises up. As it goes higher up in the sky, it cools down. The water vapor condenses into tiny drops of water. These tiny droplets join to form clouds. In the clouds, more and more water droplets join together to make water drops. When the water drops become heavier, they fall down as rain. Sometimes water vapor comes to the ground in certain other forms like fog, dew, frost, hail, snow, etc. Fog. Fog is a cloud that is formed above the ground. This occurs when thick clouds of tiny drops of water form just above the land or the water. Dew. When the water vapor condenses on cool objects, dew is formed. When water vapor comes in contact with the cool blades of grass, dew is formed. We sometimes find droplets of water on blades of grass early in the morning during winter. Frost. On very cold nights, the dewdrops freeze to form tiny ice crystals. This is called frost. Hail. When raindrops fall to the earth through a very cold region of air, they freeze and become ice. When this ice falls on the earth, it is called hailstone. Snow. On the mountains, the air becomes very cold. When water vapor moves up, it condenses to form ice crystals instead of water drops. This ice is called snow. Mist. During winters, the water vapor condenses around the dust particles and smoke in the air to form small drops which remain suspended in air and are called mist. Sleet. Sometimes the raindrops falling down to the earth pass from snowy areas where chilly winds blow. They freeze into irregular pieces or crystals of ice called sleet. Saline water. Water which contains salt is called saline water. Water found in seas and oceans is saline. This water is not fit for drinking. The water in the rivers pushes hard against the rocks near them, and the rocks develop cracks in them, due to which the salt in them gets washed down the sea. Purification of water. Mud, sand particles, waste from factories and sewage pollute water. A variety of germs can grow in such water. Drinking polluted water can make a person ill. Polluted water can cause diseases like typhoid, cholera, jaundice, and diarrhea. We can purify polluted water in many ways. Boiling. Boiling of water is the simplest way of purifying it. Boiling water for at least 10 minutes kills the germs in it. Boiled water should be covered and stored in a clean pot. Sedimentation. Put some mud in a beaker of water and do not disturb the mixture. Let it stand for some time. You will see that the mud settles down at the bottom of the beaker. The impurities are now at the bottom and the upper layer of the water is clean. This process of settling down of impurities is called sedimentation. But remember, this water may not be fit for drinking. Decantation. When all the mud settles down at the bottom of the vessel after sedimentation, clean water is carefully poured into another vessel without disturbing the sediments. This is called decantation. But remember This water may not be fit for drinking. Filtration. The process of purifying water by passing it through a filter paper is called filtration. Chlorination. Chlorine is a gas that kills germs. Chlorine tablets are used in water to kill germs and make the water pure. Bleaching powder also kills germs in water. Tips to handle water. Keep water in a clean vessel which is covered with a lid. Do not waste water. It is very precious. Do not keep drinking water near bins and drains. Clean the storage pots and utensils regularly before filling them with water. Water storage tanks should be cleaned from time to time. Points to remember. Weather keeps changing from time to time. Evaporation takes place faster when the temperature is high, the exposed surface is large, and the air is dry. We can purify water by boiling, sedimentation, decantation, filtration, and chlorination. Chapter 2. Soil. Soil is the topmost soft layer of the Earth's surface. Soil is one of our most important natural resources because plants grow on it and we depend on plants for food. You know that the surface of the earth consists of rocks and soils. Rocks are hard. They are made of minerals. They differ in size, shape, color, composition, and use. Graphite, sandstone, marble, granite, and pumice are some of the common types of rocks. Formation of soil. The formation of soil occurs over very long periods of time. It can take up millions of years to turn the basic materials of rocks into soil of just 1 inch. Rocks provide basic material for the formation of soil. Wind, water, and temperature continuously breaks the rocks. This results in breaking down of rocks into smaller and smaller pieces. These smaller pieces are carried away by wind and water. When they rub against each other, they further break down into smaller particles like pebbles, gravel, and sand. These particles get mixed with humus and form soil. Types of soil. There are 3 types of soil: loamy soil, sandy soil, and clay soil. Clay soil. It is made up of clay. It contains very small particles and is very smooth to touch. There is very little space between the particles. It can hold a lot of water. It is found in ponds and river beds. Sandy soil. It is made up of sand. It is yellow, gray, or light brown in color. The particles are loosely packed and there is a lot of space between the particles. It is mostly found in deserts or on the seashores. Loamy soil. This soil is a mixture of sand and clay. It can hold enough water and air. It also has humus in it. This soil is the best for the growth of plants. Soil erosion. The natural forces like running water and wind are responsible for eroding the top fertile soil. The blowing and carrying away of soil by natural forces is called soil erosion. Human activities like cutting of trees on a large scale, deforestation, and building roads and industries have accelerated the rate of soil erosion. Soil erosion is also increased due to overgrazing of animals. Soil erosion removes the precious topsoil from the farmlands and turns them barren, on which food crops and other useful plants do not grow well. So, we must try to stop soil erosion. Conservation of soil. Preventing soil from being washed away or blown away by natural forces is called soil conservation. We can adopt the following measures to conserve soil. By plantation. We can prevent soil erosion by planting more and more plants in the open grounds. The roots of the trees, grasses and shrubs hold the soil together firmly. They do not let the top fertile soil be washed away. By terrace farming. In hilly regions, the flow of rainwater is very rapid. This water washes away a lot of the topsoil. At such places, soil erosion can be checked by making terraces on the slopes. Terraces reduce the speed of flowing water and therefore prevent soil erosion. By constructing dams and embankments. The construction of dams and embankments along rivers will prevent soil erosion by controlling the speed of the running water. By stopping overgrazing. The topsoil becomes loose due to overgrazing by animals and is easily blown or washed away. Stopping overgrazing can prevent soil erosion. Overgrazing can be stopped by erecting fences around the newly grown trees. Categories of soil. The main categories of soil are alluvial soil, black soil, red soil, laterite soil, mountainous soil, desert soil, and peat soil. Each category of soil contributes differently to the vegetation. This is described as follows. Alluvial soil. It is formed by the deposition of silt brought down by rivers. Alluvial soil is fertile and supports the growth of paddy, sugarcane, plantation, herbaceous plant, etc. Red soil. Red soil has a high content of iron and it favors the growth of gram, groundnut, castor, etc. Black soil. Black soil is rich in minerals but has less content of nitrogen. It favors the growth of cotton, tobacco, jowar, ragi, maize, etc. Laterite soil. Laterite soil is formed by the weathering of laterite rocks. Laterite soil is generally poor on the higher levels and cannot retain moisture. In the plains, however, it consists of heavy loam and clay and can retain moisture. Mountainous soil. Forest soil is rich in organic matter and humus. It is found in the Himalayas and other mountain regions. Crops like tea, coffee, spices, and tropical fruits are grown in this type of soil. Desert soil. This soil is generally deficient in nitrogen and humus. It is generally infertile. Peat soil. Peat soil contains large accumulations of humus, organic matter, and soluble salts. This soil is highly saline. Points to remember. Soil is the topmost soft layer of the Earth's surface. It takes several years for various types of rocks to change into soil. The blowing and carrying away of soil by natural forces is called soil erosion. The protection of soil from being washed away by natural forces is called soil conservation. The main categories of soil are alluvial soil, black soil, laterite soil, and peat soil. Chapter 3. The Solar System. During the daytime, we see the sun in the sky. We see a large number of twinkling stars in the clear sky at night. We also see the moon. Stars are a million times bigger than our Earth, yet they look just like dots. This is because they are very far away from the Earth. An instrument called telescope is used to look at the stars, the moon, and other bodies in the sky more clearly. Luminous and non-luminous bodies. Those objects or heavenly bodies which have their own heat and light are called luminous bodies, and those which do not have their own heat and light are called non-luminous bodies. Solar System. The Sun, the 8 planets and their satellites or moons and other heavenly bodies together make a family called the Solar System. Let's know more about our solar system. The Sun. The Sun is a huge ball of burning gases. It is in the center of the solar system. All planets revolve round the Sun. It is also the main source of energy on the Earth. Planets. A planet is smaller than a star. Sometimes we see bright objects in the sky which do not twinkle. These objects are called planets. Planets reflect the sunlight. The 8 planets according to their increasing distances from the Sun are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Each planet moves round the Sun in a circular path. This path is called an orbit. The orbits of planets do not cross each other. Each planet remains in its own orbit. Mercury is the closest planet to the Sun. It is very hot during the day and very cold at night. It moves faster than any other planet. Venus is the brightest and hottest planet. It is also called the evening and morning star, as it can be seen both in the evening and morning. Earth is neither too hot nor too cold. It is called the water planet because 3/4 of the Earth has water and the remaining 1/4 is land. It is the only planet in the solar system with life on it. Mars is covered with reddish sand and rocks. Because of its reddish appearance, it is also called the red planet. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. It is made up of gas. It shines brightly in the sky. Saturn is a planet with many rings. It is the most beautiful planet with 7 shining rings around its middle. These rings are made of ice, rocks, and dust. Uranus is the second farthest planet from the Sun. Neptune is a very cold planet. It is the farthest planet from the Sun. Apart from these planets, dwarf planets also move around the Sun in their fixed paths. There are 3 dwarf planets, Pluto, Ceres, and Eris. The table below shows some interesting facts about the solar system. Serial number, name of planets, Indian name, number of satellites, interesting features of planets. 1. Mercury, Buddh. 0. Boiling hot by day and freezing cold at night. 2. Venus, Shukra. 0. The hottest and brightest planet, called morning star and evening star, as it is seen at dawn and dusk. 3. Earth, Prithvi. 1. Only planet that supports life. 4. Mars, Mangal. 2. Covered with red dust, so it appears red in night sky. Thus, it is called the red planet. 5. Jupiter, Brihaspati. 63. The largest and fastest spinning planet, weighs more than 318 Earths put together. Wider than 11 Earths side by side. 6. Saturn, Shani. 60. Its rings are made of ice, rocks and dust. 7. Uranus, Arun. 27. Covered with a thick layer of beautiful bluish-green gas. 8. Neptune, Varun. 13. Has cold winds that blow faster than planes fly. Asteroids. Asteroids are small heavenly bodies made of rocks which revolve around the Sun, mainly between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Comets. Comets are heavenly bodies. They appear as bright balls of light with a long glowing tail. The tail of a comet always points away from the Sun. The most famous Halley's Comet is seen after every 76 years. It was last seen in 1986. Comets appear in the sky only for some time. Constellations. Constellations are the groups of stars forming interesting shapes. If you carefully look at the north sky, you can see a group of 7 stars. They look like 7 dots. When you join up the dots in the sky, it resembles the shape of a large saucepan with a handle. This group of stars is known as Saptarishi. The scientists have found out many constellations. Some of them are Scorpion, Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, Orion, and Leo. If you see in the north, you will see a bright star. This star is called the pole star or Dhruv Tara. This star does not change its position. In olden times, sailors used this star to find their ways on voyages. Satellites. Satellites are the objects that revolve around the planets. The moon revolves around the earth, so the moon is a natural satellite of the earth. It has no light of its own. It shines because it reflects the light of the sun. Artificial satellites. Satellites made by man are called artificial satellites or man-made satellites. Scientists have sent them into space. They move around the earth just like our moon does. The first man-made satellite, Sputnik 1, was launched into space in 1957 by the USSR, modern Russia. Aryabhatta was the first Indian satellite to be launched into space in 1975. The other important Indian satellites are Rohini, Apple, Bhaskara and InSat series satellites. Do you know the first living being to go into space was a female dog called Laika? She remained in space for a week and then died. Uses of artificial satellites. Satellites are used to study the heavenly bodies. Artificial satellites are used for weather forecasting and communication. We watch television programs live with the help of satellites. Satellites have made communication very easy worldwide. We can easily talk to anyone at any place in the world. They are also used for scientific experiments. Galaxy. Galaxy is a massive collection of stars, gases, and dust particles. There are billions of galaxies in the universe. We live in the Milky Way galaxy. Points to remember: the Sun, its 8 planets, their satellites and other heavenly bodies together make the solar system. According to the increasing distances from the Sun, the planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The Moon is the natural satellite of the Earth. Asteroids are found mainly between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Halley's Comet is seen after every 76 years. The first man-made satellite Sputnik 1 was launched into space in 1957. Aryabhatta was the first Indian satellite to be launched into space in 1975. Galaxy is a massive collection of stars. Chapter 4 States of Matter. We see many natural and man-made things or objects around us. We see tables, chairs, beds, books, etc. at home. All these things take space and have weight. Anything that occupies space and has some weight is called matter. The amount of space that matter takes up is called its volume. Very small and invisible particles called molecules constitute matter. Molecules are further made up of smaller particles called atoms. Matter exists in three states: solid, liquid, and gas. Solid. In a solid matter, molecules of the matter are so closely packed that it becomes very hard. It is usually hard, for example, pencil, book, chair, and bangle. A solid cannot change its shape easily. Solids have fixed shape and volume. Liquid. In liquid, molecules are not so closely packed as in solid. It takes the shape of the container in which it is poured. For example, milk, juice, oil, and water are liquids. Liquids have a fixed volume but no fixed shape. Gas. Gas is a substance in which the molecules are very loosely packed. It has no fixed shape. It occupies all the available space of the container. For example, air is a gas. Air is a mixture of gases. Gases neither have a fixed shape nor a fixed volume. Change of state of matter. States of matter are interchangeable. When we heat a solid, it changes into a liquid. This process is called melting. When we heat a liquid, it changes into a gas. This is called evaporation. When we heat a liquid, we see bubbles on the surface of the liquid. This is called boiling. Take water in an ice tray and keep it in the freezer. You will see that after some time, the water turns into ice. We say that the water has frozen, and this process is called freezing. When hot vapor touches the cold lid, it changes back into water. This process is called condensation. The formation of rain in the water cycle in nature is an example of the change of state of matter. Solutions. Take a glass of water and add some salt into it. Stir it for some time. You will see that the salt has dissolved. When a solid dissolves in a liquid, we get a solution. Here, salt is called the solute. The water that dissolves the solute is called the solvent, and the mixture that we get is called a solution. Points to remember. Molecules are made up of very small particles called atoms. Anything that occupies space and has some weight is called matter. Matter exists in three states: solid, liquid, and gas. The three states of matter are interchangeable. When we add solute into solvent, we get solution. Chapter 5 Force, Work, and Energy. Force. All of us see a vendor selling fruits, vegetables, etc., taking his cart from one place to another. What causes the cart to move? The vendor pushes and pulls the cart to move it forward and backward respectively. This push or pull is called the force. We apply force when we hit a ball. We also apply force when we catch a ball. Besides, we apply force to move a bicycle, to pull a drawer, to open a door, and so on. Effects of force. Force can do the following: moving a stationary, resting object. We can move a stationary object by applying force. For example, we can open the door, stopping a moving object. We can stop the movement of a ball by catching it. Changing the direction of a moving object. When a batsman in cricket hits the ball with his bat, the direction of the moving ball changes, changing the speed of a moving object. If a person pushes a moving swing, it moves faster, and if he pulls the swing in the opposite direction, it slows down, changing the shape of an object. On pressing an empty plastic bottle, its shape changes. Kinds of force. There are different kinds of force. Muscular force. We use our muscles to do most of our work. When we push a swing or catch a moving ball, we use the muscles of our arm. This is called the muscular force. Friction. When we kick a ball, it moves on the ground for some distance and then stops due to the force applied by the ground on it. Thus, the force which slows down and stops a moving body is called friction. Magnetic force. When we bring a magnet near iron nails, the magnet pulls the iron nails towards it. The force applied by the magnet is called magnetic force. Elastic force. When we stretch the rubber strip of a catapult, it applies a force on the stone. This force is called elastic force. Mechanical force. Sometimes we need tools or machines to do work. For example, we need a pair of scissors to cut a piece of paper or cloth. The force applied with the help of tools is called mechanical force. Gravitational force. The ball falls on the ground when we throw it up. The ball comes down due to force of the earth. The force by which the earth pulls the object towards itself is called gravitational force. Work. Work is said to be done only when a force, push or pull, moves an object through a distance. If the force cannot produce any movement in a body, no work is done. For example, when a child hits a ball and if the ball moves, work is said to be done, and if the ball does not move, no work is said to be done. Similarly, if a child pushes a chair and the chair moves, work is said to be done. If the child pushes a heavy almirah and he is not able to move it, no work is done. Simple machines. When a work becomes difficult for us to do with our hands, we use tools. These tools are known as simple machines. We use different types of machines. Some of them are very complex, while others are simple. In this chapter, we will discuss some simple machines like lever, wheel and axle, inclined plane, pulley, wedge and screw. Lever. A lever is a long rod which rests upon a support. It is used to lift weights. It also helps us to open lids and cans and cut things. For example, seesaw, can opener, hammer when used to remove nails, etc. Wheel and axle. In the wheel and axle arrangement, there is a big wheel and a rod known as axle, which passes through the center of the wheel. The wheel and axle helps us to move or lift objects. For example, a screwdriver, wheels in a vehicle, etc. Inclined plane. It is easier to raise a heavy load by pulling it up along a sloping surface rather than lifting it vertically. This sloping surface, which connects a lower level to a higher level, is known as an inclined plane. For example, slide, slope, escalator, etc. Pulley. A pulley is a grooved wheel with a rope or cable around it. It is used to raise, lower, or move loads. It is used to lift loads, hoist flags, draw curtains, move lifts, and draw water from a well. Wedge. A wedge is an object with at least one slanting side which ends in a sharp edge. It is used to cut or split things. For example, an axe and a knife. Screw. A screw is an inclined plane wrapped around a pole or cylinder. It holds things together or lifts materials. For example, jar, lead, vise and bolt. Energy. We need energy to do anything such as lifting, pulling or pushing. Energy is the ability to do work. Energy is available in different forms. Let us discuss some important forms of energy. Wind energy. The moving air has energy, which is called wind energy. Wind energy can be used for rotating the blades of a windmill. Windmills are such machines that help in generating electricity and pumping out underground water. Water energy. The flowing water has energy in it. Water falling from dams is used to rotate turbines to generate electricity. Electricity produced by the energy of the flowing water is called hydroelectricity. Heat energy. Heat energy is obtained by burning coal, wood, petrol or gas. The heat produced by burning petrol in a car engine provides the energy needed to run the car. Electrical energy. The energy obtained from electricity is called electrical energy. It is used to light electric bulb and to run different electrical appliances like iron, refrigerator and geyser. Atomic energy. An atom is the smallest particle of matter. Atomic energy comes from the splitting of an atom. Atomic energy should be used for peaceful purposes. It should not be used to make weapons. However, weapons like atom bombs have already been made and used. Solar energy. The sun is the main source of all the energy on the earth. The energy that we get from the sun is called solar energy. These days, solar energy is used in solar heaters and solar cookers for heating and cooking. Plants use solar energy to make food in the green leaves. Points to remember. A push or pull is called force. Force can move an object, stop a moving object, and change the direction of an object. Work is said to be done only when a force moves an object. Tools are simple machines which make our work easier. There are different forms of energy. Chapter 6. Control pollution. We see many things around us. These things form our environment. The environment consists of all living and non-living things. A clean environment is good for all living beings. Human activities have made several harmful changes to the environment to meet the needs of growing population and industries. These changes are not good for all living organisms. Pollution. Addition of harmful substances into the environment due to human activities is called pollution. There are mainly 4 types of pollution: air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, noise pollution. Air pollution. Addition of harmful substances to the air is called air pollution. Air pollution is harmful to plants, animals, and human beings. Air pollution may cause a number of deadly diseases like asthma and lung cancer. Causes of air pollution. Smoke produced by burning of coal and diesel in factories and homes causes air pollution. Vehicles like buses, trucks, trains, cars, etc. also release smoke which causes air pollution. Water pollution. Addition of harmful substances into water is called water pollution. Drinking such polluted water can cause dangerous diseases like typhoid, diarrhea, or dysentery. Causes of water pollution. Industries are a major source of water pollution. Toxic household and industrial wastes released into water bodies pollute them. Pollution of water is also caused by washing clothes or bathing animals in the pond, river, etc. Soil pollution. Addition of chemicals into soil is called soil pollution. Soil pollution decreases the fertility of soil. Causes of soil pollution. Dumping of solid wastes such as plastic bags, glass bottles, and metal containers causes soil pollution. Excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers by farmers causes soil pollution. Noise pollution. Noise pollution is a major problem, especially in large cities. It can cause headache and deafness. Causes of noise pollution. Loud noise originating from motor vehicles like cars, trucks, aeroplanes, etc. causes noise pollution. Loud noise from loudspeakers also causes noise pollution. We must make all efforts to stop all kinds of pollution. In this way, we can save our environment. Control of pollution. We can control pollution by discharging our responsibility at an individual level. Let's see how. We must avoid the use of plastic bags. Plastic bags block drains and stop the flow of dirty water. Wherever there is standing water, mosquitoes lay eggs. These spread diseases. The authorities must dump the decomposable waste in pits where it can be changed into manure or compost. Wet waste and dry waste must be disposed of separately. Wet waste must be taken to decomposing units and dry waste for recycling and dumping. It must be treated with chemicals to make it less harmful before letting dirty water into seas, rivers or lakes. To check air pollution, we must get our vehicles fitted with CNG or LPG kits. CNG and LPG are non-polluting fuels. Regular pollution check of vehicles helps prevent air pollution. Tall chimneys with filters must be fitted in factories to release smoke and gases very high away from the polluted places. Recycling of material. To keep the environment clean and better, we all should follow the 3 R's. Reduce. It means to use less. For example, we can save electricity by switching off unnecessary lights and fans. We can save water by using it sensibly and getting leaking taps repaired. Reuse. It means to use things again. For example, the bottles in which we buy jam, pickle, ketchup, etc. can be reused for storing things in the kitchen. Recycle. We can recycle some waste materials like paper, glass, aluminium, plastic, etc. and make useful things out of them. For example, plastic can be recycled to make flower pots or tubs. We can also recycle paper by the process of paper mash. The recycled paper can be used to make greeting cards and covers for books. The 3 R's have many advantages like we save our trees, soil, water, etc. by recycling. When we recycle paper, we cut fewer trees. We save energy and use this saved energy in factories to make new things. We save the environment by reducing the amount of waste produced. Points to remember. Everything that surrounds us forms our environment. Our activities have made several harmful changes to the environment. The 4 types of pollution are air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and noise pollution. We must make efforts to stop all kinds of pollution. Chapter 1. Agriculture and Industries. India is predominantly an agricultural country. Approximately 70% of Indians are dependent on agriculture. They grow a large variety of crops almost throughout the year. These crops can be divided into 2 groups, Rabi crops and Kharif crops. Wheat, pea, gram, barley and mustard are the main Rabi crops. They are grown in the winter season. Kharif crops are grown with the arrival of monsoon. Rice, maize, millets, jute and cotton are the main Kharif crops. Let us learn about the main crops of our country. Wheat. Wheat requires cold and dry climate. It is grown mainly in Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Wheat is the staple food of the people of North India. Rice. Rice is the main crop of India. It is the staple food of most Indians, especially in the western and southern parts. Rice grows best in hot and wet climate. It is mainly grown in Assam, Bihar, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. Punjab and Haryana are the new rice-growing states. Millets. Millets include jowar, bajra and ragi. They are grown in Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh. Pulses and oilseeds. Pulses like moong, arhar, urad and masoor are grown in almost all parts of India. They are a rich source of proteins. Oilseeds include mustard, groundnut, linseed and sesame. Oilseeds are also grown all over the country. Cotton and jute. Cotton is widely used to make cotton clothes. Black soil of the Deccan Plateau is most suitable for growing cotton. Cotton is grown in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan and Punjab. Jute is also a fiber crop used for making carpets, gunny bags and robes. It is grown in West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar and Assam. Sugarcane. Sugarcane is used to make sugar and jaggery. It is grown mainly in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Tea and coffee. Tea and coffee are the most popular beverages. Tea is called the queen of beverages. It is mainly grown in Assam, West Bengal, Darjeeling Hills and Tamil Nadu, Nilgiri Hills. Spices. India is also known for its high-quality spice production. Indian spices such as cardamom, pepper, ginger, chilies and cloves are famous all over the world. In fact, at one time, India was known as the land of spices. Spices are widely grown in the Malabar coastal plain of Kerala and Karnataka. Industries. Industry is a place where many useful goods are produced from natural resources. The materials we need for making finished goods are raw materials. Ores, cotton, jute, wool and sugarcane are all raw materials. They are converted into finished goods in industries. Industries in India are classified into three categories: cottage industries, small-scale industries and large-scale industries. Industries that are run in homes with simple tools are called cottage industries. They require only a few people. They use raw materials found at nearby places. Handicrafts, furniture making and cloth weaving are examples of cottage industries. Small-scale industries are set up with small machines. They need more people and use more raw materials than the cottage industries. That is why these industries are called labor-intensive industries. Utensils, cycle parts, electrical appliances and plastic goods are made in small-scale industries. Large-scale industries employ thousands of people, need a huge amount of money, use big machines and produce goods in large quantities. Iron and steel plants, railway coach factory, shipbuilding yards, fertilizer and cement plants, paper mills and aeroplane manufacturing are examples of large-scale industries. Some of the important large-scale industries in India are as follows. Iron and steel plants. Iron and steel plants are located at Jamshedpur, Rourkela, Bokaro, Bhilai, Salem and Visakhapatnam. Textile industry. Textile industry is the biggest industry in India. Textile mills are located at Surat, Sholapur, Ahmedabad, Delhi, Coimbatore, Kanpur and Amritsar. Ahmedabad was once called the Manchester of India because of a large number of textile mills there. Sugar industry. It is the second biggest industry in the country. Sugar mills are located in Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Fertilizer industry. Fertilizer plants are located at Sindri, Bihar, Nangal, Punjab, Panipat, Haryana and Trombay, Maharashtra. The list given alongside shows some other industries and their locations. Industries locations. Machine tools, Bengaluru, Pinjore, Ajmer, Ranchi. Aircraft, Bengaluru, Kanpur, Koraput, Nashik. Shipbuilding, Visakhapatnam, Kochi, Mazgaon, Mumbai. Automobiles, Kolkata, Mumbai, Pune, Gurgaon, Faridabad. Software, Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad, Delhi. Points to remember. About 70% of population of India are dependent on agriculture. Farming is the main occupation of the people in India. Textile industry is the biggest industry in India. Agriculture and industries play an important role in the progress of a country. Chapter 2. Human and Animal Resources. Human resources. Our country has many natural resources, but these natural resources can be helpful only when we use them in a proper way. Only skilled, intelligent, and educated people can utilize these resources. So, human beings are the most important natural resources of a country. India is also very rich in human resources. It is the second most populated country in the world after China. It has a population of more than 120 crores. After independence, our country has made tremendous progress in every field like agriculture, industry, health, education and transport. The standard of living has improved a lot, but the large population of our country is also a cause for many problems. Poverty, unemployment, illiteracy, poor health services, lack of drinking water and shortage of houses are some of the problems linked to the rapid population growth. All these problems have been affecting the economic growth of our country. Therefore, our efforts should be aimed at fighting poverty and providing good civic amenities to the people. To achieve these objectives, we have to bring down the birth rate through family planning. Every family should adopt the norm of a small family. Members of small families should be given incentives. Another step in this regard is to provide education. Our government has already taken many measures to spread education. The National Literacy Mission, started in 1988, aims at educating illiterate adults. If we want to see India as a great nation, we will have to improve the quality of our people. Animal resources. The animal resources which are kept in the farm for human use are called animal resources or livestock. The livestock includes sheep, goat, buffaloes, cows, camels and horses. Since India is an agricultural country, cattle are very useful to the Indian farmers. Bullocks are used to plow fields. Camels, horses and donkeys carry heavy loads. Therefore, they are called beasts of burden. Cows, buffaloes and goats give us milk. Milk is used to make butter, ghee and sweets. Our government has started many programs to increase the production of milk. The Operation Flood and the White Revolution are two such programs. Sheep, camels and goats give us wool. The skin of some animals is used for making leather goods. In villages, cow dung cakes are used as fuel. Animal dung is also used as manure to increase the fertility of soil. Dung is also used to produce biogas in biogas plants. Birds like hens and ducks are domesticated for eggs and meat. Big poultry farms have been set up to rear these birds. Fish is an important source of proteins. The cultivation of fish in artificial tanks is called pisciculture. Our government has launched a program called Silver Revolution to increase the production of fish. Veterinary hospitals and dispensaries have been set up in villages to treat the sick animals. Gosadans and goshalas have also been established to keep the cows in ideal conditions. New breeds of high-quality cattle have been introduced. All these steps have resulted in an increase in the production of milk, meat and eggs. Animals are our friends. They are of great help to human beings. We should be kind to them. We should never be cruel to them. We should take great care of them. Points to remember. Human beings are the most important natural resources of a country. Animals that carry loads are called beasts of burden. The programs Operation Flood and the White Revolution are associated with the production of milk. Chapter 3. Means of transport. The means of transport have shrunk the world into a global village. We have a number of fast and slow-moving means of transport. We can travel anywhere in our country in just a few minutes. We can visit foreign countries like America and England within a few hours. The four modes of transport available to us are roadways, railways, waterways, and airways. Roadways. Roadways are the most widely used mode of transport. Roads help people and goods to reach right up to their doorsteps. India has a good network of well-developed roads. They have been divided into four main types: national highways, state highways, district roads, and village roads. National highways connect important cities, state capitals, and seaports. The Sher Shah Suri Marg, formerly called the Grand Trunk Road, which connects Kolkata to Peshawar, Pakistan, is the longest national highway in India. The Golden Quadrilateral, which will join Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai, is the biggest highway project launched in India. State highways connect important towns and cities in a state. Tamil Nadu has the largest number of such highways. District roads connect the district headquarters with the main towns of the district. Village roads are usually kacha roads. Today, almost all towns and cities and villages are connected to each other through roads. Railways. After roadways, railways are the most widely used means of transport in India. The first railway line in India was built in 1853 between Bombay, now Mumbai, and Thane. Today, India has the largest in Asia and the fourth largest railway network in the world. Trains carry millions of passengers and heavy goods from one part of the country to another. We have fast-moving trains which connect the important cities of India. Some of the fastest trains of India are the Rajdhani Express, the Deccan Queen, and the Shatabdi Express. They travel at over 120 kilometers an hour. Delhi, Mumbai, and Kolkata have local trains. These trains travel within the cities. Kolkata, Delhi, and Bengaluru have an underground railway system called metro. In hilly regions like Shimla, Siliguri, and Darjeeling, smaller trains called toy trains are used. They run on narrow tracks on hills. Waterways. Waterways are the cheapest but the slowest mode of transport. Ships, boats, ferries, and steamers are the main means of water transport. Only three rivers, the Ganga, the Brahmaputra, and the Hooghly, are navigable in India. The lagoons of Kerala are also suitable for water transport. India has 12 major ports all along its coastline. Ships carry passengers and heavy goods to different countries from these ports. Some of the important ports are Kandla, Mumbai, Kochi, Paradip, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, and Kolkata. Mumbai is the biggest and the busiest port of India. Airways. Aeroplanes and helicopters are very useful during floods, famines, and earthquakes. Aeroplanes are the fastest means of transport. They are used to drop food packets, medicines, and clothes. Aeroplanes are also used to carry fruits, fish, flowers, and life-saving drugs. All these items get spoiled very quickly. Air India, Indian, formerly called Indian Airlines, Jet Airways, and Kingfisher are the major airlines of our country. Air India and Indian are government airlines. All others are private airlines. Air India operates its flights to other countries. Indian Airlines operates its flights within the country and our neighboring countries. India has many international airports. Points to remember. Roads are considered as the lifelines of our country. Railways are the most popular means of transport. Waterways are the cheapest but slowest mode of transport. Aeroplanes are the fastest means of transport. Chapter 4. Means of Communication. Means of communication enable us to keep us in contact with our families, friends, relatives who are away from us. In ancient times, people used trained birds like pigeons to send their messages, but today we have very fast means of communication. They keep us in touch with the outside world. Let us read about various means of communication in detail. Letters. Until a few years back, letters were the most common means of communication. We can send letters through a post office. There are thousands of post offices throughout India. Parcels and money orders can also be sent through post offices. Very urgent messages could be sent through telegrams, but now this service has been withdrawn. Speed post service is also available in post offices. Letters and parcels sent through speed post reach quickly. Nowadays, many private postal companies offer courier services. Speed post service in India was introduced on August 1st, 1986. October 9 is observed as the Post Office Day. Telephone. Consumers of telephones are increasing rapidly as telephones are the fastest means of communication. We can instantly talk to anyone, anywhere in India or abroad through the telephone. Subscriber trunk dialing (STD) and international subscriber dialing (ISD) services enable us to talk to someone in India or in another country respectively. Nowadays, mobile or cellular phones are widely used. They are very handy and can be used anytime at any place. We can also send messages using the short message service SMS through a mobile phone. In fact, mobile phones are the most common means of communication these days. Written or printed messages can be sent through a fax machine. A fax machine is connected with a telephone line. Mass media. Sometimes we need to send messages to a number of people at the same time. It can be done through mass media or means of mass communication. Radio, television and newspapers are called mass media. Radio. Radio was the first wireless means of communication. It gives news, educational and entertainment programs to a large number of people. It is very useful for people who cannot read and write. Radio broadcast in India began in 1927. Television. Television has become the most popular means of communication today. On a television, we can watch any program live taking place in any part of the world. Live programs on television are possible because of satellites. Our government has installed televisions in schools and villages for children and villagers respectively. Newspapers. Newspapers are the cheapest means of communication. They bring news from all over the world at our doorsteps. A large number of newspapers are published in India in several languages. Computer. Computer is the latest and technologically advanced means of communication. It sends and receives messages instantly through email. Today, computers are connected to one another through the internet. Using a search engine, we can get any information on any subject from the internet. Points to remember. Telephone is the fastest means of communication. Television is the most popular means of communication. Newspapers are the cheapest means of communication. Computer is the latest means of communication. Chapter 5. Our Rich Heritage. People from different lands have come to India and brought different customs and traditions. Over centuries, these mixed with the local tradition of India. Today, India has a rich and unique culture and heritage. Let's learn more about Indian culture and heritage. Indian languages. A large number of languages are spoken in India. Out of these, 22 languages have been recognized by the Constitution. These languages are Assamese, Bengali, Bodo, Dogri, Gujarati, Hindi, Kannada, Kashmiri, Konkani, Maithili, Malayalam, Manipuri, Marathi, Nepali, Odia, earlier Oriya, Punjabi, Sanskrit, Santhali, Sindhi, Tamil, Telugu, and Urdu. Tamil and Telugu are the oldest languages. All the languages have their own scripts. Hindi is the official language of India. Most languages are written from left to right. However, Urdu, Sindhi, and Kashmiri are written from right to left. Indian dresses. People living in different parts of the country wear different types of dresses. Sari, blouse, is the most popular dress of the women. However, the style of wearing the sari differs from state to state. Salwar kameez is another popular dress among the women of India. Women in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Gujarat wear ghagra. In the northeastern states of India, women wear colorful, long skirts. The most popular dresses of Indian men are trouser shirt, kurta pajama, and dhoti kurta. In some states, men also tie turbans. In Kashmir, both men and women wear long loose coats called pirans. Nowadays, both men and women in towns and cities wear modern dresses. Indian dance and music. Dance and music are important parts of Indian culture. There are two main types of dance, folk and classical. Folk dances are performed on special occasions like weddings, festivals, and crop harvesting. Classical dances are performed by trained dancers. These dances began as forms of worship. Classical dances are based on different beats and rhythms. The dancers wear special costumes like masks and headdresses. Bharatnatyam, Kathakali, Kathak, Manipuri, etc. are some famous classical dances of India. A list of some major folk and classical dances of India is given on the next page. Folk dance, state: Bhangra, Punjab; Bihu, Assam; Ghumar, Rajasthan; Garba, Gujarat; Dandiya Ras, Gujarat; Gidda, Punjab; Rauf, Jammu and Kashmir; Lezim, Maharashtra. Classical dance, state: Bharatnatyam, Tamil Nadu; Kathakali, Kerala; Kathak, North India; Kuchipudi, Andhra Pradesh; Manipuri, Manipur; Odissi, Odisha; Mohiniyattam, Kerala; Yakshagana, Karnataka. The tradition of classical music in India is thousands of years old. Tansen, Haridas, and Baiju Bawra were well-known musicians of the past. Indian classical music is divided into two styles: the Hindustani of northern India and the Carnatic of southern India. Both these styles of music are based on ragas. Music is played on a large variety of instruments like sarod, veena, tabla, sarangi, sitar, shehnai, and flute. Some well-known musicians are Ravi Shankar, Amjad Ali Khan, Hari Prasad Chaurasia, and Zakir Hussain. Indian painting. The wall paintings of Ajanta and Ellora are worth seeing. They display the scenes from the life of Lord Buddha. Paintings are part and parcel of our culture. The paintings of Ajanta and Ellora are about 1500 years old. The Mughal emperors brought the Islamic or Persian style of painting in India. This style can be seen in the monuments of the Mughal period. Indian architecture. Indian architecture also has a long history. The ruins of the Indus Valley civilization tell the story of our rich heritage of architecture in the past. The stupas at Sanchi and Sarnath, built by Ashoka and his successors, are the remarkable specimen of Indian architecture. The Kailash temple at Ellora has been carved out of a single stone. The Meenakshi temple at Madurai has a huge wall with 1,000 pillars. This hall is called the Hall of 1,000 Pillars. The Sun temple at Konark has a chariot drawn by 7 horses. The Turks and Mughals brought their own style of architecture to India. The Taj Mahal, made of white marble, is one of the greatest wonders of its kind. The Qutub Minar, Red Fort, Jama Masjid and Humayun's tomb in Delhi are the best examples of their grand architecture. The British also contributed a lot to the field of Indian architectural development. The Victoria Memorial in Kolkata, Rashtrapati Bhavan and Parliament House in Delhi are the beautiful examples of British architecture. After independence, India has made tremendous progress in architecture. The Lotus Temple and Akshardham Temple in New Delhi and the White Temple in Hyderabad are some examples of Indian architecture of modern times. Points to remember. Hindi is the official language of India. The Taj Mahal at Agra is one of the greatest wonders of its kind. The Hindustani and Carnatic are the two styles of Indian music. The two main types of dance of India are folk dance and classical dance. Chapter 6. The Great Persons. There are billions of people in the world, but out of these, only a few people do some extraordinary work and are remembered forever. Let's read about some of them. Religions and religious leaders. The main religions in India are Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. Hinduism. Hinduism is the oldest religion in the world. The Hindus believe in the existence of one supreme God. He is worshipped in three main forms: Brahma, creator; Vishnu, preserver; and Shiva, destroyer. The holy books of the Hindus are the Vedas, the Puranas, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Gita. Religious leaders like Adi Shankaracharya, Dayanand Saraswati, Swami Vivekananda, and Sant Tukaram have helped to grow Hinduism. Islam. Islam was founded by Prophet Muhammad. Its followers are called the Muslims. The Muslims believe in one God, Allah. Prophet Muhammad was born in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, in AD 570. He preached the need of love, peace and brotherhood among the people. Quran is the holy book of the Muslims. Jainism. Jainism was founded by Lord Mahavira. He laid stress on right faith, right conduct, right knowledge, and ahimsa, non-violence. The followers of Jainism are purely vegetarians. Buddhism. Buddhism was founded by Gautama Buddha. He attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree in Gaya. He told people to follow the eightfold principles: right thinking, right speech, right knowledge, right living, right action, right effort, right observation, and right meditation. The holy books of the Buddhists are Dhampada and Triptika. Sikhism. Sikhism was founded by Guru Nanak Dev. He preached that God is one and we are all his children. There are 10 Gurus of the Sikhs. Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th Guru, founded the Khalsa Panth. The holy book of the Sikhs is the Guru Granth Sahib. Christianity. Christianity was founded by Jesus Christ. He was born in Bethlehem. He preached his followers the value of love and peace. People believe that he was born to spread the message of God to the people. The holy book of the Christians is the Bible. Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism was founded by Zoroaster or Zarathustra. The followers of Zoroastrianism are called Parsis. They worship in a fire temple. Their holy book is Zend Avesta. Navroz is the most important festival of the Parsis. Our social reformers. We should be grateful to our social reformers who devoted their whole life in removing social evils from our society. They tried to bring social reforms and taught people to live in peace. Let us read about some great social reformers of our country. Kabir. Kabir spoke against the caste system. He did not approve the ideas of Pandits and Mullahs. He worked for the unity of the Hindus and the Muslims. Kabir spread the message of universal love through dohas and bhajans. Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Raja Ram Mohan Roy was a great social reformer of West Bengal. He fought against sati system, parda system, and child marriage prevailing in the society during that time. He also supported the remarriage of widows. He founded Brahmo Samaj to bring about a change in the social customs. Ramabai Ranade. Ramabai Ranade was a great social reformer of Maharashtra. She worked to improve the condition of women and girls. She founded the Pune Seva Sadan to help the women and children, especially orphans. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Sir Syed Ahmad Khan contributed a lot towards improving the condition of the Muslims. He was against the parda system among women. He realized the importance of education and founded a college at Aligarh, which later on became the famous Aligarh Muslim University. Our great kings. Many great kings ruled our country in the past. They worked for the welfare of the people. Let us read about some such great kings. Ashoka. Ashoka ruled over India from about 273 to 232 BC. He fought and won many battles, but the Battle of Kalinga, which he fought and won, made him so sad that he gave up the war and embraced Buddhism. He helped to spread the teachings of Lord Buddha in India and abroad like Sri Lanka and China. Ashoka made roads, hospitals, dharamshalas, rest houses and wells for the welfare of the people. Akbar became the Emperor of India in 1556 at the age of just 13. Akbar respected all religions. He founded a new religion called Deen-i-Ilahi to strengthen Hindu-Muslim unity. Akbar also encouraged art, music and literature. Tansen, Birbal, Todarmal, Abul Fazl, Faizi and Abdur Rahim Khan Khana were among the Navratna's 9 jewels of Akbar's court. Krishnadeva Raya was a great king of Vijayanagar in South India. He took good care of the people. He had great regards for artists, poets and writers. Tenali Ram was his famous courtier. Our scientists. India has also produced many great scientists. Even in old times, mathematics, astrology and medical science were highly developed in India. The decimal system and the concept of zero were given by the Indian mathematicians to the world. Aryabhatta and Varahamihira were well-known Indian astronomers. Aryabhatta is credited with the invention of algebra. India's first satellite, Aryabhatta, was named after him. Charaka and Sushruta contributed a lot to the field of medical science. Charaka is called the king of Indian physicians. Sushruta was a great surgeon. He is called the father of plastic surgery. Ayurveda, the oldest system of medicine, was highly developed in India. Scientists like J.C. Bose, C.V. Raman, H.J. Bhabha, Vikram Sarabhai, Hargobind Khurana, M.S. Swaminathan, A.P.J. Abdul Kalam and M.G.K. Menon are a few names who enriched science with their contributions. Points to remember. The main religions in India are Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Christianity and Zoroastrianism. Raja Ram Mohan Roy founded the Brahmo Samaj. Akbar founded a new religion called Deen-i-Ilahi. Sushruta is called the father of plastic surgery. Chapter 7. Our Rights and Duties. After a hard and long struggle, our country got its independence on August 15, 1947. The first duty of our leaders was to form a constitution. So, a constituent assembly was formed under the chairmanship of Dr. Rajendra Prasad. The assembly took 3 years to prepare a draft of the constitution. The constitution was adopted on January 26, 1950. With it, India became a sovereign socialist secular democratic republic. January 26 is therefore celebrated as Republic Day of India every year. The constitution is a set of rules according to which a government runs. Features of our constitution. Democracy means rule of the people. In a democracy, people elect their leaders who in turn form the government. Thus, in a democracy, the basic power rests with the people. India is the largest democracy in the world. Socialism means all citizens are equal before the law. There will be no discrimination between people on the basis of their caste, religion, or in any other way. Secularism means equal respect to all religions. People of India are free to follow any religion. Our fundamental rights. Our constitution has provided us with certain rights called fundamental rights. There are 6 fundamental rights: right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, right to constitutional remedies. If a person feels that his or her fundamental rights are being ignored, he or she can approach a court. Our fundamental duties. Rights and duties always go together. Our constitution directs all the citizens to follow some duties. These are called the fundamental duties. Some of our important duties as citizens of India are given below. We must obey the laws of our country. We must respect the rights of other citizens. We must honor the national flag and the national anthem. We must protect the unity and integrity of our country. We must protect our national monuments. We must protect our environment. The directive principles. Our constitution has provided guidelines and principles for every government to follow. These principles are called the directive principles. Some of these principles are as follows: providing better living conditions for all citizens, providing work for all men and women, establishing village panchayats, prohibiting alcoholic drinks and drugs. We must honor our constitution. We must work for our country and make it a great nation. Points to remember. We all enjoy 6 fundamental rights. India is the largest democracy in the world. The Constitution of India was adopted on 26 January 1950. Chapter 8. Our Government. India is a vast country. There are 29 states and 7 union territories in our country. To look after such a big country, a government at 2 levels have been formed. A government is a system of people for managing a country. Government sets laws and makes sure the laws are followed. The central government is based in the capital, New Delhi. Each state has a state government. The union territories are directly ruled by the central government. However, the main objective of all the governments is to work for the welfare of the people. Central government. The central government consists of the President, the Vice President, the Prime Minister, and the Council of Ministers. The Parliament, Sansad, is the highest law-making body. The Parliament consists of the Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha, and the President. The Lok Sabha is also known as the lower house. The members of the Lok Sabha are directly elected by the people at or above the age of 18 years. They are elected for a period of 5 years. Any citizen of India at or above 25 years of age can contest elections for the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha has 545 members at present. The Rajya Sabha is also known as the upper house. The members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by the members of the state legislative assemblies for a period of 6 years. 12 members of the Rajya Sabha are nominated by the President of India. The President is the head of our country. He or she is elected by the members of the Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha, and the state legislative assemblies for a period of 5 years. The President of India appoints the leader of the party which gets majority in the Lok Sabha as the Prime Minister. On the advice of the Prime Minister, the President appoints the other ministers. The Prime Minister and the other ministers form the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers is responsible to the Parliament. State government. There is a legislative assembly in each state. The Legislative Assembly is the law-making body of the state. The members of the Legislative Assembly are elected directly by the people. They are called members of the Legislative Assembly or MLAs. They are elected for a term of 5 years. The governor is the head of the state. He is appointed by the President. The Governor appoints the leader of the party which gets majority as the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister appoints his or her Council of Ministers. Courts. The courts are responsible for providing justice to all the citizens of India. If any citizen of India feels that his or her fundamental rights are being denied, he or she can approach the courts for justice. The Supreme Court in New Delhi is the highest court in India. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. The highest court in a state is the High Court. Apart from this, there are district courts at the district levels. Points to remember. There are 29 states and 7 union territories in India. The union territories are directly ruled by the central government. India has 2 levels of government, the central government and state government. The Parliament is the highest law-making body. The Parliament consists of the upper house and the lower house.